Yahoo yahoo everybody and welcome. Konnichiwa, konbanwa, ohayo gozaimasu, buenos dias, buenos tardes, buenos noches. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Wherever and whenever in the world you are, welcome. For me, it's a happy Friday. The weekend is here. For some, they're already in the weekend. I hope everybody is having a good one. And for those of us that still have to work, I hope you guys are also gonna be okay. I remember those days, some fondly and some not so fondly. But we're gonna play some 11 today. For a little bit throughout the afternoon, I thought I was gonna be playing with a whole bunch of Cat's Eye people and doing some dynamics. But, I don't know if you guys remember how last time it went when I did stuff with Cat's Eye friends on the Dynamis. The communication channels are, how do I say this? The communication channels are still in development. So, yeah, they've been running Dynamis for a couple hours now. So, I don't think that's gonna be happening today for me. But I have a feeling we're still going to be doing some Final Fantasy XI things. The debate really comes down to what specifically I want to focus on, you know? But I haven't thanked everybody that got into chat so far, so instead of ranting, let me do that. Thank you for claiming first, Lala. Thank you for claiming second, Serafina. Thank you for claiming third, Etcham. Yahoo Brianna, of course, on YouTube, and everybody else on YouTube. Yahoo Big Door. So, that all said, yeah. I could work on blue magic, I could try to finish off the white mage, or I could try to get level 69 on the horizon part. And I'm torn between those. And then obviously there's always the call of retail. There's a lot of new stuff I need to be checking out now. And so part of me is reminding myself that I should be aligning with some of that and adding some of that to my play schedule again. But, yeah. Definitely working through it, I guess. I would ask what the viewers want to see the most, but I don't think I would get an answer, though. Because I've made friends across all kinds of servers, and I consider leaving private for a while. You got a bunch of love back, but it's messy, you know? We all love playing games, and sometimes we get to play them together. And schedules are messy and stuff like that. Also, totally side topic, but a game inspired by EverQuest is having a 3-day beta release started today. If I'm being 100% honest, I really want to check that out as well. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's what's on my head, and the channel improvements and various other stuff. But, yeah. I also have some friends in mind that I hope are healing and doing good and everything. So I definitely have them in my heart and mind. I won't do any like shoutouts or anything, but if you know, you know, right? And yeah, let's switch to the game screen. I would say that's a sign that you're a very big fan of Final Fantasy XIV, Brianna. That stream I forgot to use the Requiem scroll. Oops. What can you do? mean, my music skills are all over 200. It's not bad. Turning only a tiny bit behind wind. Yeah. Well. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the 110 streaks, Serafina. Guess that means that's how many streams I've done since streaks have come out. I mean, I'm okay. I'm okay. I just got a lot on my mind. Yeah, well, don't get me wrong, you know? I'm like not in like a horrible spiral of pain and death going through space without an escape. But, you know, some days are a little sadder than other days. This might lean into the slightly sadder type of day. There's some good aspects to it for sure. But then there's some, like, questionable stuff, and then some other stuff in real life and job-related stuff I gotta think about, too. And it's just like, you know, you think about those things and it's like, I don't know. Like, my company, for instance. We used to have a meeting every Friday. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And we would talk about, like, the business and what was going on and what to expect and what was coming up and everything. Like a big important thing. And, we haven't had one for a while because it's been kind of chaotic. We've been a little understaffed. So we had one today. And to say it was interesting would be an understatement.
Your skill has increased.
Right, sneak should be enough to get me there. I'm hoping at level 71 maybe these will turn out to be pretty good targets. Maybe 79. I just run past Moon Store. No, I didn't. Okay. When you want to get XP in private, go somewhere no other player can go. How level are you, golems? Ooh, 82, that's a little spicy. Okay, okay. Not the prettiest target setup. What about you? What level are you? And there's the door. There's plenty of things to fight, but they are pretty high level. It might put up quite a bit of a fight. Alright, let's give it a try. Ah, jeez, I don't have the good gear on. So I just check a good gear. Well, some of the good gear anyway. Oh, he must have had stone skin. Like, how did I not get any TP with all those hits? And it's like, oh, because they roll for 0 damage. That makes sense. Because I may hit once for 1, and then miss twice. I guess one of them was a 0 hit. That's wild how slow the TP gain is when you're trying to hit something that's so much of a higher level than you. Oh my. Still no Hexa strike level. I mean, the party's perfectly fine too. There we go. The Hexa strike for 89. Yeah, I'm a little weaker target than this. It definitely is a private abode, though. Wow, under 40. How do you want to cast a spell and make another friend I have to worry about? That's like, let's just kill this one. And then maybe boy out a tree. Might have to be boy out a tree. I'm not sure I can justify something that's this hard for just 1 XP target. I'm still waiting to see if I can visually catch one of my 8 swings. I don't think I've seen a full 8 swing yet. I've seen a 6 swing. Oh, look at you healing yourself. I am gonna risk aggro for that. And apparently get resisted. If it's safe to cast.
Your skill has increased.
When you hear the hit sound a bunch of times, but your TP doesn't go up, you know you hit for a 0. There we go, now you got something. I'm trying to silence you again. Now, last time I used these for XP with my Stellar, it wasn't quite as bad, but I think I used it for the last 2 levels. And you're able to, you know, get stronger dark magic to take them out too. I was kind of hoping the Kraken Club would push me through, but not without the 72 gear, I think. Without a bit more of a better accuracy setup. Which frankly is honestly a really good lesson to have. That, you know, you just can't, like, automatically... That makes me feel better about the balance of the game. That you just can't pick up a Kraken Club and all of a sudden that character turns into a god. It needs, like, proper setup. Which is honestly how a lot of the stuff in the game works. the entire Hexus strike missed. The whole thing, and it wasn't perfect dodge. Stinky. Nope. I mean, 2,000 experience is all nice and everything, but, yeah. Let's just take the ring. I was trying to find, like, just a nice, cozy spot to do XP on this character, and then see what type of bard situations was happening on Horizon. But I don't know. I'm kind of having second doubts. Or second guesses, too. And plus, it doesn't seem like anybody's really, really up for it tonight, I think. TGIF, though. Because, you know, the weekend. Some people get to play video games, plus it's spring. But, it's not exactly a beautiful day out today. It was a little bit nicer than yesterday, like it didn't rain. But the rain, the effects of the rain still lingered. How many clustered tar did I get during all that? I must have all dropped. Until, like, nothingness. And I remember seeing a ton drop when I was there farming it. Interesting. Alright. Learn to park this character around Boyada Tree, I think. That is a lot of misses. There's so many misses. Well, it's dying quicker at least. Might get Valorant with the silence. Did I buy any echo drops from this character? I did, okay, good. Fresh stack. Up, Zed, you got the uppercut that time. Like Booby decided to give him a kiss really good. Okay, so that didn't switch it back. What? Set 40. Uh-huh. So the enfeebles are set up properly. The cure didn't switch. Okay, that fired off properly. Interesting. Yahoo, Yahoo, Zayden. Let's grab a skimmer this time. Yeah, this one will be a little easier. I know the steel shells will probably be the easiest set of all. Just kind of feeling it out. Whatever I can hit consistently, the XP will be a bit better.
Incoming towel.
That was not the strongest holy in the world. Aho yaho zerwai. Chat, I think what I have to do, I think it's the only fair way to go about this anymore. Because otherwise I'm just gonna keep getting like my feelings hurt and I'm gonna get angry and stuff. So I think there's only one reasonable way for me to go about this in the future. And that's just for me to have a more like formalized system for collaborations with anybody else. And then it will just be like, you know, if they don't go through the process, I'm just not gonna do it. And that way I don't have to like emotionally commit to it and then be really disappointed. Yeah. Just something like a filter to be like, hey, do you want to do a thing? Oh, you want to do a thing? What time do you want to do the thing? And then like if nothing goes through that channel, it's like, okay, then I don't have to worry about collabs because nobody used the channel. And then if somebody does use the channel, I take it seriously, right? Because they actually did the steps to communicate it. That sounds fair, right? Because I'm trying to figure out like the most fair way to do this. Because like, I'll hear from people like, oh, we want to do this, or we want to do this, or oh, we should do this sometime, or we should collab, or we should do this, or this thing, or da 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 da. And I'm just kind of like, I want to play with others. I want to have fun. I like enjoying playing with others, you know? But like, when you're not told like anything until last second, or like, and you'll remember how the last dynamics went. I sat around for 2 hours wondering what the heck was even going on. And then today they started while I was still at work pretty much. And it was like no communication. Nobody really cared. And so I get it, you know, like sometimes different people have different schedules and it's easy enough content that you can do a bunch. Like I get to go and solo it right now if I wanted to. I could solo every Dreamlands right now on my Scholar. But it would take the rest of the night. And it's just like, that's not why I was excited. I didn't really care about doing the Dreamlands. That's not what it represented to me, I guess. So like, sometimes like, I guess I hit this point in this game where like, what I'm valuing is a little bit different, I think, than some other players. had fun with you guys last time too, Zerway, once we actually started. But I think for future collabs with anybody, I just have to have a better system. I think that's the only fair way to do it. Because otherwise, people are just gonna feel left out or in the dark. It can be, you know, like, I never did public school, right? So I never had this exact experience, but I've had friends tell me the story of, like, when you're the last person picked for, like, a sport thing in the team. Now, granted, like, we only ever had that stuff happen, I guess, at, like, church events and stuff for me because, you know, the whole homeschool thing. But it feels similar sometimes, you know? So it's like when you have a system where it's just like everybody's on the same page and people all kind of agree about how communication's gonna go, what channel people are gonna meet in, when everybody's gonna meet, and like what everybody's gonna do that day, or what the goal is at least. Maybe a couple extra bonus goals in case you finish early. Like nothing more than that. It doesn't need to be complicated. Like, if it was anything more than that, it'd start to be like doing your taxes or something annoying. But if those keys, those golden keys, the 3 golden keys I like to call them, are figured out, any event can be figured out. And yeah, Zerway, that might happen for me starting soon. That's kind of what the work meeting landed on. The work meeting pretty much, like, without, like, going into, like, confidential work information, the work meeting pretty much summarized to, we outsourced 80% of your job to this whole other company. This entire company's gonna handle 80% of your job so that we can free you up to do this, like, high-level data analysis job. And, like, they weren't very clear about what my responsibilities or goals or what, like, success would be or anything. And to me, that was, like, terrifying. And I voiced it, too. I was like, this freaks me out. And the president tried to calm me by, like, explaining, like, he had big things in mind for me and that he knew I was capable and all this other kind of stuff. Right? And he's like, here's a sample of, like, one of them. Me feel like was, the main thing you do, we hired this whole company to do it. And so we could free you up to do this other thing that we're not 100% sure what it is yet. And so, like, I walked out of the meeting, like, kind of horrified. See, but here's the thing, Zerway. Like, I don't have a college degree or anything, you know? They hired me to pretty much be, like, a data secretary. And then, like, when they started seeing me, like, automate my job. So, like, I started realizing there was, like, patterns, right? And so I was like, oh, well, I have to do this 115 times every day. And they're like, yep. And so then I was like, well, why don't I just write a program to do this for it? And so then my boss was like, well, if you know how to do that, go ahead. And so I totally did. I, like, wrote a program, and then they just sat there, jaw dropped. And they're like, well, what else can you do then? And I'm like, so I started, like, writing all types of different programs to automate my day. And so I wound up, like, automating over half of my day. There's some things where I have to, like, fold paper together and, like, pair things together. So, like, obviously I can't automate folding paper together. But, like, a good chunk of the day is automated. And so then, you know, like, the higher-ups started to realize that. And so they've been, like, throwing more on me, you know? Like, website management and listings and stuff like that. And all types of stuff on the e-commerce end of things. But then at the same time, like, they want me to do this, like, data analysis kind of stuff. And, like, it's weird. So yeah, it really threw me off because it's like, I know I feel valued in some ways, but I'm terrified too, because it's like, can I do the thing they actually want me to do? I'm not sure. Maybe. Maybe. He seems to think so, but I don't know. Like, I think he might be overconfident in what I'm capable of. Because, like, okay, let me tell you why I think he's kind of, like, going overconfident, right? He sent me a document with every single item that our company sells. Like, every single item. Oh, nice. Hello. And goodbye. Wait, did Serafina get it already? Nope, I got it. But yeah, anyway, he sent me a document, every single item our company sells, and like on-hand inventories and things like that. But it didn't have the current like cost, the on-hand cost of what we had to pay to actually get it in our warehouses. And that varies, you know, depending upon tariffs and taxes and gasoline costs and insurance costs, the transport, and I mean, like a million boring factors affect the cost of getting a thing from point A to point B, right?
Your skill has increased.
And that's what he wanted to know. And we have a program that analyzes that and gives that current number based on it, but it's not something that like he can access easily and then link it to like the products that we actually have based upon SKU and like useful data sheet ways where you can actually do stuff with it and whatnot. And so he's like, he hits me up at like 2 in the afternoon and he's like, I need all of these linked with the prices of the on-hand cost that we currently have paid for all the items averaged out and linked to their actual like thing so I can actually know what I can sell these for when I'm trying to tell my sales team like what the profit ratios are and everything. Right? And so I'm like, okay. So essentially you need report from report B to go into report C properly in the right rows. And I mean, he, like, for lack of a better term, you know, like, I understood what he wanted. He's like, yeah, but there's like 500 lines, you know, and I need it by the end of the day. And I know I'm asking a lot, and I know it's like way more than most people could ever handle, because this is like a ton of manual labor and sorting and reporting. But, you know, I've heard you're really, really good at stuff, and you sometimes find like very quick solutions to things and da-da-da-da-da. So I was told to reach out to you. And so what I wound up doing was I wound up writing a program because it's 2 separate documents, right? So I wound up writing a program that pulled data from the one report and then identified the SKU in that report and then linked it to the SKU in the other report and then added in the data for the proper on-hand cost into each proper row instantly. So it took like once I wrote the program, maybe it took me like 10 minutes, 15 minutes to write. Maybe like 5 minutes of debugging, because it definitely didn't work at first. You know, you totally scramble, make backups of your documents before you try to do this, by the way. Because, you know, the first couple times it scrambled the document. But once I worked out the kinks, you know, 5 minutes of debugging, you know, 5 seconds later, poof, all the prices all moved in perfectly exactly where they were supposed to be on every single row. And I sent it back to my boss, like, I don't know, a half hour after he asked me. And I think he was, like, genuinely stunned. Like, he didn't think he was even gonna get it back that day. Like, he's always dealing with people that, like, just keep giving him delays and keep being like, oh, I couldn't today, maybe next week sometime, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a lot of stalling and a lot of excuses and things like that. And so in his mind, he threw me this impossible project that he thought would take hours, possibly even days, so that he could speed up his sales team with accurate information. And then I handed him back a usable report in like a half hour. So that's the part where it's like, I hope he's not overconfident in me because I got lucky once. not every problem that he's gonna throw at me, I'm gonna be able to solve in a half hour, you know? And like, I think any coder or any engineer or anybody who's ever written software or anything can 100% understand what I'm saying. And even people who have tried to like mess with speedruns in video games or randomizers or any of that kind of stuff, like, it does not always go that smoothly. Sometimes it does, and it's great when it does. But it doesn't mean that it's always gonna be that way. Okay, so I'm glad I'm not the only one that's just like, oh yeah. Because like sometimes like it's true, I can sometimes make magic work with data at speeds that they've never seen before because, you know, I write a program in Visual Basic, or sometimes I remember XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP and will work on this older doc. You know what I mean? Like there's little Excel tricks, etc., etc. But most of the time, you know, there's a lot of hard work in it. A lot. And when you're surfing through, like this one time, he handed me a 666 megabyte, or a 666, it was 660. But it was megabyte sheet. Even trying to work with it literally made my computer crash. Like my computer just crashed because the RAM ran out trying to run the macro. And so I split the document in half. And then I was finally able to get my computer to function with it. Yeah, exactly. Everything is 10 hidden steps. Yeah, SQL can be really weird. Sometimes it's like a basic MariaDB system, and it's like, oh, this is clean and well written and everything. And then other times you walk into this like monster of a document, and it's just like thousands and thousands of units of things, and there's multiple definitions for the same line because 4 different devs worked on it all at the same time, or different like 4-year periods that rotated through people, and nobody knows what this and that does, but they're afraid to mess with it because it might break older systems. And yeah, it's a journey. So it just kept expanding and expanding and expanding infinitely with no system of organization whatsoever, or findability. Well, maybe a little bit of findability, but not much. That XP bonus has 22 minutes left on it. I remember refresh that. But yeah, it's been an adventure for sure, you know? And so like, I have a lot of like respect and stuff for my job and like the company I work for and everything, and I hope we succeed. But it definitely freaked me out a little bit because it felt like, you know, felt like my job was gonna have some bumps. Like even possibly like time requirements and stuff, like they may need me to like stay up during the Japanese working time. And that would be like, you know, now. Like, they would be starting their day about an hour ago with their workday start. Yeah, but sick nasty, could you blame him when there was 4 keys to join on? That is probably what eeny meeny miny mo. I hope this one works. I know. For a senior engineer, they should be better than that, it's true. But, yeah. That's probably what I would have did at that point. Especially if I was a newbie in the company, I'd be like, well, I would have asked somebody first, but then if nobody knew and I had to just, like, take the guess. But I don't know, we'll see what happens, you know? I appreciate the fact that they see something in me and they hope that I could do stuff. Like, I definitely do have a lot of skills with computers, you know? But it's like, at the same time, I wanna get paid, you know? So if they're gonna be having me do, like, intense, high-stress work that affects, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars, definitely gonna wanna see that, and I wanna be paid a little more than a secretary. Just a little bit more than a secretary. I don't want to fight bunnies. Everybody's here now. Yep, everybody's here. Do you guys remember how empty it was when I first came out here?
Your skill has increased.
This is why we went to Moon first, chat. Oh wait, but you know, we're level 72. You know what that means. Super mini. Let's switch that into the set. Is that what that means? So that's like, Leroy Jenkins, I trust you. Send it. Darwin SQL. Zayden, man, you're really in the code. You're like a pro-level coder. I haven't ever had professional jobs like that. Holy moly. That sounds like it would be fun and scary all at the same time. I have definitely messed with SQL personally, because of all the website management stuff. I've definitely had more experience in the web growing up and as a hobbyist and everything. Yeah, I saw you switched around. Yeah, we'll see what happens, you know? I think the only fear I expressed in the meeting today was I was concerned that they were replacing me with another company without anything else for me to do. And they seemed very much so to make it seem like, no, they were freeing me up to do greater and bigger things without really telling me what that was. So, stay tuned. We're gonna find out how this goes. And for those that have been with the channel a long time, this could go a bunch of different ways, right? Sometimes this has been very good, and then other times this is not been so hot. Like, I don't know if people remember, right? There was this one company I was working for, and I can't remember how far back in streams you'd have to dig. You'd have to go back into the YouTube record. It'd be way off of Twitch. Like, years ago now, you know? But, I was, like, talking about how I just went to this huge yearly company meeting, and the people skydived. There's somebody or there's, like, 3 people, actually, skydived out of the sky with, like, team spirit stuff at company. It was pretty cool, I hate to say. It was a really cool event. And then, like, I got fired, like, a week later. And it was like, oh my gosh, like, I was so full of team spirit and thinking things are gonna be great. And then they just, like, started firing people left and right after that. And it was like, oh. Well, I guess that's where, they ran out of money. And then, like, crap, we gotta let people go. We spent too much money on the skydivers. So, you know, I always say that story just because sometimes when you think things are fine and everything's going good, things can slide in and really surprise you. So even though, like, my company's swearing to me everything's fine and I'm looking good and everything's gonna be on the up and up and I'm on the path for great things, and the skeptic in me is doing, you know, I'll do the big emote of it. Gigantify the emote, because if I could summarize how I feel today, it's this. Or okay, here I got one for you. Back when I first started, right? They were telling me that, you know, things were gonna be great and I was gonna be so busy that I was gonna need to hire an assistant. I don't have an assistant. Like, I don't know. I guess I can only take them so seriously. So, like, I think that's what makes me extra nervous. Y'all will hear from me about it. I'll keep you posted for sure. If there's any, like, schedule changing or anything, you know? I won't just vanish and y'all wonder what happened to me. Yeah, I know that feeling about 1.5 years or so ago. Maybe we're coming up on 2 years now, since I've been at the company I'm at. Yeah, it's so scary, sometimes sick nasty. Now whatever I do whenever it happens to me is I just go right to a temp agency. Like, literally the day I lose my job, like, before I can even let the emotions set in, right? And I'm still numb, I go right to the temp agency, and I fill one out. And so that's what I did I'd say for the past, like, decade, anytime I've needed a job, that's how I've dealt with it. Not always, but usually that's how I've had to resort. Yahoo Yahoo takeover. Yeah, that helps too. And at least, you know, that's the thing you can put in the... It's like one of the things that definitely helps with job gaps is when you're doing that kind of stuff, because you can still list it on your resume, so there's no job working gap. So, like, if you take like a year off, all of a sudden people act like you like have leprosy or like some horrible disease or something. And it can be a lot harder to get hired. It's not impossible, you know, but it's just like there's that marker where it's like, well, why are we out of work for so long? And so being able to have that, well, I did work on the side, you know, I've been doing this and this, that makes people a lot less worried that you still have like some type of work discipline. I will get that avatar change here in a second, take over. Right now I'm on the final one, there's nobody else aggroing me. We're in AFK screen and dude take over his outfit swap. Oh my. Over 1,000 episodes. Seraphina's a big fan of One Piece. My son is too. My son and my daughter are trying to catch up. Slowly but surely, as Takeover would say. Are you caught up on One Piece? Haha! Okay, Zayn. Okay. Alright, I'm putting it together. But see, so... if you were applying for any job where you knew your boss was an anime fan... I don't know. Anybody who's familiar would have to respect somebody that got through all of One Piece. Not that One Piece is bad, it's just it's vast. It's also like saying I watch every single episode of Dragon Ball, which like I've watched every Dragon Ball Z, and then Dragon Ball GT, and then Dragon Ball Super. It took me, you know, I did it over a lifetime. Like it wasn't like, you know, in one binge session. Yeah, the Netflix show, right, Seraphina? The Netflix, live adaptation? Oh, okay. Shows how much of a, unaware person I am when it comes to One Piece stuff.
Your skill has increased.
See the mimic? Wait. Never mind. Why are you not switching properly? I was about to say, the Super Momimi doesn't seem to be raising my attack speed at all. Then I looked and I'm like, oh, because it's not equipped. So I think next stream I'm gonna do Grandia too. Continue where we left off. But there's also the other game I really want to try too, so I might just coin flip it. That one's not gonna be around forever, that's just like an open community beta. Yahoo Zelmode plays. So the message I'm kind of getting from chat and everything today is no more 11. I think I've overloaded you guys on 11. Maybe not no more 11, but less 11. Which would be understandable. Now, I'm on retail at the moment, Zelvon. I could be. If anybody needs any help. Well, my main Zelmon is on Siren, but I have characters on many servers. Ashura, Bahamut, Odin. Well, my Odin character's level 1. But, where else? Shiva. Yeah, I have a lot of characters. No matter what server I go to, though, I make good friends. They're awesome. We do some stuff together, and then that's the end of it. And I kind of go through like the withdrawal of that, I guess. That's where I assume they meant Satan.
Your inventory is full.
I don't know. What's it say? Wow. Alright, let's throw some of these crystals in a box. And some of these keys. Interesting. That doesn't sound like Phoenix then. Some of what you said sounds like Phoenix, but retainers for crafting hubs definitely doesn't sound like Phoenix. So Zelman, I would say this much. Like, what do you want to get out of your play for 11, right? Like, what do you enjoy out of the game? Usually for me, even talking about this is gonna annoy me a little bit, so the sassiness isn't directed at you, it's just more a situation. But I usually enjoy playing with people and doing stuff with people. So, in particular, that's usually the thing I like to do. And I'm sitting here playing by myself. And I guess I could have showed up late to Dinah. But, yeah, that wasn't appealing to me. Yeah. Even with friends and stuff. Yes, take over playing with people. Like, part of what pulled me onto Horizon in particular, guys, right, was that I could play with people. But it seems like the only thing I can usually do is on the weekends now, or XP. Like, if it's a weekday, I can XP on a job I want or whatever, right? And then on the weekends, there's always the stuff with Tilly's show, and Tilly's always awesome and stuff, right? Especially, you know, when the Europeans and everybody are all awake. But outside of that, not so much. Then I was kind of thinking Cat's Eye was gonna maybe be a place I could play with peeps, but the communication lines haven't really been very good. However, you know, still a great server. The GMs have been really helpful too. I have lots of great players. Just for me in particular. Personally, I really love retail. Genuinely. Like, I don't even ask to pretend. I've just run out of things that are interesting for me to
princess.
do. Hey, Gover, you know how to send me a DM. You show up for all my streams, and I appreciate it. You have me changing to kitty cat ears and pink dresses. But have you ever sent me a DM to join you and play on Ashura? Asking me to do anything? And you don't have to, I know, you don't need my help. You're very powerful. Like you said earlier, play with people horror face. You know? So I get it. I get it. It's not like you don't like me. You show up and show support all the time. I know that you get along with me, and I think you're awesome too. But it's weird, you know? It's this weird thing. Just like on Horizon, there's tons of great players. There's lots of people I love. And on our Cat's Eye too, and on retail. Every server I've hit has really awesome players. Well, except for Odin. I have not made any really good friends on Odin yet. Too soon to tell there. But I'm pretty sure there's good people. I gotta believe that there's somewhere on Odin there's some really cool players. I've been casting haste on myself this whole time. So I just don't have experience for Odin yet. Like that retail server, I just recently made a character. So I don't have any like fond memories. Like when I think of Ashura, I think of Takeover. I think of Myth Poster Syndrome. I think of Kiko. There's a lot of cool people. Unicorn TV. Ashura had lots of great and really cool players. And I was pleasantly surprised, because I thought it was going to be a bunch of meanies, honestly. But I was proven way wrong. Ashura has a ton of cool players. And then Bahamut has Sir Perio and a whole bunch of people. Sir Perio, Tana Fey. Pretty sure even... Wait, no, she's on Quetzalcoatl. I was gonna say Okapataru is on Quetzalcoatl. I always keep thinking she's on Bahamut, but she's on Quetzalcoatl. See, Eden is a private server I didn't play a ton. I played it a little bit. It didn't quite grab me the same way. Takeover. Think of it this way, right? This is how I try to explain it to people. And you've seen my main Takeover. You've seen Shuko. What on earth in this game could I possibly need? Truthfully, I could finish a prime weapon, but do I need a prime weapon? I have every Aeonic, every Urgod, several Mythics, several Relics. Like, you get to a point where you're like, of course I've done Gustaberg Tour. Of course. You better believe it, Buster. Like, now granted, there is some new stuff, like they have Mastery Rank, right? And I showed you guys Mastery Rank on stream years ago when it was first added to the user interface. And back then I was Mastery Rank like 5, I think? And now my character's Mastery Rank 7. And I hear the cap is 10. So obviously I could still find obscure things in the game I haven't done yet. And obviously some of those are gonna be B25, Odyssey bosses, 40 lower floor bosses, and like Amanon, right? And what else? And then the new Lebis bosses. I mean, I got to give Omega a hug, but I wasn't there for the killing stroke. The Sakura Prime grind. Oh yeah. I'd have to actually find a group that would be willing to play with me take over. You know, if I was really serious about it, you know what I would do though? I would hit Orinal. I'd ask Orinal, or I would ask, Well, Nept might know too, but honestly, I doubt a Nept would know a group that would actually need me. Not that a Nept wouldn't, like, know anybody. In the Nept, there's tons of players. But I know that the statics that a Nept rolled with were pretty well staffed. I doubt that's changed. But in Orinal's case, Orinal takes a lot of new players on more often. So there's a chance there's like a group interested in the grind. Sakura, we've had this talk before. Like, part of the reason I was journeying to all the other servers was to try to make friends. Try to find people to play with. I've failed epically over and over and over again. Why? That doesn't mean I haven't tried a bunch. And that doesn't mean I haven't gotten to show people how to level up jobs and how to develop jobs and stuff. Whether it's from 1 to 99 or 1 to 75. So hopefully, like, you know, the best part of this game, right, is when you're learning all these adventures and everything's new and fresh. So, like, if I help teach 100 players how to have those adventures themselves, the same adventures that I got to snack around and stuff, then it's worth it. Like, I don't have to do all the greatest things in the game again if I'm helping somebody else be able to try. Yeah, sometimes, takeover, sometimes if they needed somebody to spot for, I would roll with Kobe. Kobe's group would run, but then Kobe, his bard quit and started playing Battlefield, I'm pretty sure. And so then he stopped playing. And if people just stopped showing up, there wasn't anybody that was interested in going anymore. That's why I stopped the Aeonics too. I used to run Aeonics every Saturday night. I don't think they took a break per se, but yeah, I guess you could say that. There's a lot of people that there's like a large rotating group over the years take over. Like, we went at this stuff hard. Like, when the top floor was out, we would beat everything on the top floor, like, before anybody even knew that was possible. And then just try to figure out what to do for the rest of the 20 minutes we had left. And so we knew that we were trying to get as fast as we could so that we could get to the bottom floor and have time left over. 73. But then the bottom floor came out, and they were so much harder, and they took away the Savage Blade spam as an option. So we couldn't just, like, gas everybody up and then try to heal them through all the mechanics. And you guys know it eventually landed on a TP Eater strategy for Aminon. In particular, is very popular. And then I've heard there's a Monk strategy now too, which similar TP mitigation stuff. I don't think Fujio is happy with how we wound up beating it, but oh well. Takeover, probably not, if I'm being honest. if I really wanted to, like, I would have to find the people that want to do it and be strong enough to. And Siren, I mean, if I logged into Siren right now, there's probably about 300 players. I mean, I could try. I really could. Maybe that's the way. Maybe I should switch to my main and make a serious effort for primes and stuff. I don't know. I kind of liked Apollyon, but Tememos has never been fun. Even in original Olympus, Tememos was always very stressful for me. So no, I'm not using prime weapons right now, Zeden. I can show you a prime weapon. I have to log into my main. Obviously, it's not a finished one. It would be like a tier 2. I have all the tier 2 prime weapons that exist in the game. But the prime weapons, they upgrade to tier 5. So, like, the tier 5 weapons didn't exist, right? So we just kept getting tons of points every day. We started to run out of things to get points with. We were frantically trying to get Empyrean gear to upgrade because there was just nothing to spend the points on, and they didn't have the points cap break. And so I started buying prime weapons. That was really what broke our group was. We were waiting so long for the lower floor, I think, that there was no motivation to actually go in. I didn't wish to get rusty either. That was always like a terrifying fear of mine. Was that player would get rusty if they, you know, took a month off or 2 months off of the game. And they'd like forget how to play. Obviously, that's not the case. It's like riding a bike, you know. But there is definitely a rust shaking off period. No, I don't know of any Zayden, but that would be fascinating. That would be very interesting. I've seen, you know, like for instance, Cat's Eyes modified Valerianol here. They changed it so that he has to have TP to use his weapon skills because on retail, for instance, he has a script that lets him use one of his weapon skills whenever he detects that there's area of effect 8. Like that if he detects you're in danger, and there's another monster nearby, he'll automatically use Uriel Blade, which is like a variation of Circle Blade, to try to claim hate on it. And so he still has access to Uriel Blade on Cat's Eye, but he's unable to use it unless he has TP. So that's like a rebalancing to try to make him less godlike. Because like you can abuse that on retail to like Uriel Blade cleave, essentially. a graphical mod. Oh, that would probably be a lot easier to do than you think. I mean, they changed the engine, so all the DATs, there should be a whole website dedicated to this, Aiden. There should be cute little school uniforms and pretty dresses and... Oh my gosh, there's so many outfits, and then even a couple naughty ones too, unfortunately. But, yeah, then 11 changed, how, like, the assets are loaded. Let me see if I can dig up the old site for you. I'm gonna post, yeah, I'm gonna post to give you an idea. This is just somebody talking about it in Auction House, but this was the website, and this is somebody trying to recover some of the stuff that got lost from it when it shut down. Yeah, I'm sure you can see the ones that probably would have gotten us in trouble if we released them today. The, Nintendo adjacent ones. Yeah, there's a couple really cursed ones on there, too. It wasn't all perfect, you know, some people tried their best and it wasn't very beautiful. And there was a lot more than that, Zayden. We're talking, like... I don't want to say Facebook level, because it wasn't Facebook. But like, think Horizon Discord. It was Horizon Discord level popular. That's how popular the website was. I bet you a bunch of it's still up on the Wayback Machine, but probably not all the images, because you know how they compress all that stuff.
Your skill has increased.
So that's the site that tracks my retail progress, even though it doesn't seem to see my Aeonic bow. For some reason, it's a little buggy on the inventory and gear tracker. So it shows all my other legendary weapons. Well, I think all of them. All of them except my Aeonic bow, I'm pretty sure. On my Siren Shuko character. No, takeover. Almost everything. So, original Dynamis, original Limbus, and claiming competitions for H&Ms are not possible on retail. Plus, the private servers all also have custom battle content written into them that is not available on retail. And I've done some of that, like H&Ms on Horizon, and custom written quests on Cat's Eye. And they're all very good. They're very well made, honestly. You wouldn't even be able to tell they were fan-made.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Like, part of the appeal to me of private servers is just, like, because there's players there, too. You know? Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the sub. I still pay my retail sub, ironically. Which is probably dumb, I guess, because I don't play as much, but still, you know. I love this game, and I want to show support for it. I want it to be around as long as possible. I know some people are like, oh, boo, Square Enix doesn't deserve my money, or like they have all the other justifications. No, it's too expensive, or whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of that could be true and everything. At the same time, you could still want to show your support for a game you love. Like, all those things can exist at the same time. And you can still know the math that, like, if nobody supports the game, it will go away. So, like, they notice a huge upsurge in people playing it now since the Echoes of Vana'diel event in Final Fantasy XIV. So much so that 3 of the retail servers are closed down to making new characters. And they're considering having free transfers to other servers. They've never ever let you transfer servers free on retail. Like, never. And they're considering it for the very first time now because that's how crowded some of these servers are. Now, I know that 14's been doing it for years and y'all are giggling 14 players. But that doesn't mean 11's ever done it. The Me2 takeover, and that's why I still pay my sub. I love the retail version of the game still too. I love the fact they're still developing for it. And as long as they will keep people there working on it and development teams and pay people to work on this game, I will pay a sub and I will show support. But the moment they try to autopilot this and they say that those people are fired and they're just gonna keep the servers up with AI or whatever, like, then I'm done. Then I'm dunsies. I might just wrap up a couple final things I wanted to do just for member berries or whatever. But then I would stop paying my sub. But as long as there's humans they're willing to pay to keep this game alive and keep working on this game, I will pay a sub. I mean, as long as I have money, I'm not gonna, like, pay a sub and then not have money for food. Like, if things get that bad, obviously I'll have to prioritize my own survival. But, you know what I mean, with money being reasonable at any point, I will want to pay a sub for the game. That's just my stance. And I don't judge anybody that doesn't agree with me, you know, that's fine. Like, however you land on it, that's just how I land on it. Now, I'll thank you for the 500 bed Satan. You can actually play a little further than the Gustaberg tour. But I don't encourage you to try the free trial for Final Fantasy XI. It's pretty crappy. You can't trade, you can't wear a link shell, and you can't go past level 30. Which, in retail's world, you can get to level 30 in about 2 or 3 hours. I guess you could switch to every job and get to level 30. That would maybe take you a week. Maybe not a week. But, it wouldn't take very long because retail's XP rate is very fast. Yeah, big door, did you guys wrap up, I guess?
By being the baddest motherfucker to ever motherfucker.
I'm sure everybody in the chat knows who Big Door is, but if you don't know who Big Door is, he also recently started, well, not recently, but kind of recently, in the grand scheme of things, started streaming. Man, my divine skill is so much trash on this character. I'm definitely have to power level it at some point. Well, because, like, I can't keep saying he's new forever. But then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, but he's still pretty new, so let's just stick with that. Nope. Okay, hold on, that's good. I see you guys at Limbus. Well, unless there's a Neo Ultima in Cat's Eye content I'm unaware of. But the only two instances of Ultima in 75 content that I can think of is the Ultima you fight for the mission for Chains of Promathia. And then, you know, Limbus gets on his hind legs. Not Ultima, but Omega gets on his hind legs. Yahoo yahoo! Yeah, Ultima's Timemos, and then Omega's an Apollyon. The western or eastern side. Yeah, I've done it all, Big Door. Many years ago. It's no longer available on retail, though, not in that way. So how's the rest of your stream, Al? Yeah, I think I was lurking on that, wasn't I? Ah, okay, now I switched to Maple. Okay. Alright, so I don't need to switch lurks. I'm having a little bit more of a bummed out day today, Al. But I'm okay. We're trying to take the Cat's Eye White Mage to 75. I had a couple things hit me all at once, so I just kind of got to a point where I was like, you know what? I want to play 11, but I'm kind of feeling a little overstimulated by life. So I think I'm just going to beat stuff up on my White Mage. said, Big Door, you put off a lot of confident energy in everything you talk about, right? So, like, you know how you're, like, the lore master and you know tons of myth and Lord of the Rings facts and, like, all these other facts and stuff? You have so much confidence and gusto with those things that when you play 11 with people, I think they just assume that you're just as confident in 11. I'm not saying that's the right place to land. I'm just trying to maybe guess why people land there. So for those on my stream who don't know Al is the big lovable teddy bear of Horizon, master craftsman, endgame expert, knows a lot of support jobs. I used to say Master Dragoon, and while it's true that Al's a Master Dragoon, personally myself, because you guys know I love support jobs, another job that I am realizing that Al knows deeply is Bard. And so that's a job that makes me respect Al even more than I originally did. Being able to play a bard well is a talent. Oh, we already know you're the Dragoon legend, it's true. I already know you have a gun near the relic on Horizon, you know. That's amazing and all. But now seeing you know that you have Cat's Eye, a 75 bard with the G-Horn, Ming's your a warrior, and then you have several bards on Horizon now. That's a deep awareness of 75 year a bard. You'd be surprised I might even have some questions for you once I finally get mine to 75. There might be a couple pieces of 75 year gear that I'm forgetting about. Yeah, Big Door, when I was new, I did that a lot too. I still do a lot of times on new content, but then eventually you get to a point, right? Where you're like, I can research this forever, or I'm just gonna have to go and try it. Yeah, they're all, like... So, to me, what I tell people, Zalmon, is Cat's Eye's more for, like, casual play and just having fun with Final Fantasy XI stuff. Like, there's a lot you can do on it, a lot of custom content, and progress is sped up if you do an Ace account, which is, like, their standard account, the Ace account. And so if you do one of those, you'll level up super fast. Like, you can see I'm getting, like, 1,000 experience per kill with the EXP band on. And stuff, so like getting to 70 and then with trust and stuff, like getting to 75 is totally doable, right? But then I love Horizon too because there's refinement when I pull in Sky for 2 or 3 hours on my bard and have to maintain buffs on everybody properly. That creates muscle memory. That creates spatial awareness in the game and consequences and quick thinking and improvising that you'll never get unless you spend hours doing that kind of stuff. And that's the type of thing that makes like a player really good in battle versus a player who just gets confused when everything gets chaotic and has no idea what's happening. And so to me is like, that's the part about Horizon's magic that I love so much, is that if you really want to get good at a job, really, really good and master it, you gotta spend the amount of time on each level that Horizon kind of forces you to. Because on any other server, including retail, You will fly through those levels and you will not understand half the abilities and spells and everything that you're getting.
Well, excuse me, princess.
But Takeover, am I wrong though? I am being a little sassy, but am I wrong? Big Door, it is what it is. You tried. You were the only person to reach out to me about any of this stuff. So the conclusion I've drawn is I'm gonna have an official channel to reach out to me. I'm gonna make an email address after stream today. And the email address is going to be to reach out to me about things related to the stream. Whether somebody wants to collab, sponsorships, whatever. Whatever it is, something related to the stream or content creation stuff. And then I'll post that on my YouTube and my Twitch. And then if people are serious about collabing and seriously want to collab, right? Then we're just gonna use that. So that way there's agreed upon times, agreed upon things we're actually gonna do together. And like it's just not all just like random crazy like put together last second or nobody's left out, you know? It happens, you know, there's been times. The reason I try not to get so mad about it, right? Is because there was literally this one event on retail. And my one buddy was a Taru. Great player. An amazing player. Like, this guy is amazing. I would have loved to have him in the Alliance, right? And so I'm building the Alliance together. I'm getting everybody together. And he's standing there the whole time. But for some reason, just the way my camera angle was set and everything, I didn't see him. And I set up the whole Alliance without him. And then everybody in my Alliance had to remind me that I had invited a multi-boxer when I should have just given the multi-boxer one spot. Because we still had a single boxer that wasn't in the Alliance, right? And so it was like, crap. I almost just left that person out. I felt horrible. Because I don't really like to do that, you know? I always try to make sure everybody can feel included. But, you know, it happens. Accidents happen. People, miscommunications and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, there's a lot of people in that group. A lot of people involved. And a lot of people know me and know how to reach out to me and have ways to reach out to me. And you were the only one who did, Big Door. So, no, I didn't kick out a multi-boxer takeover. I kicked out one of their characters. At the time, I think I had 3 of their characters in the party, or 2. And I just had to have them pick one of the characters, I think it was. Or no, maybe just they had to get rid of one of their characters. So that I could make space for this one player who's a very talented mage. Our cousins need the clear shit. I know, but that's where it's like you gotta set it up with a different type of time then, or type of event. Where it's like, alright, this is the pro multi-boxing event where we're gonna go in. Or how many multi-boxers do we have? We have 4 teams of multi-boxer. We're gonna split you guys into 2 teams, and then we have a single team of single players. And I've run literally double Dynamis Divergence events. We've had double Alliance Dynamis Divergence events, because that's how many people have shown up, you know? That was like in the heat of 2020, 2021, when everybody was at home and playing video games still. And it was a little chaotic and scary, so I'm glad it didn't last too long. But it's possible, you know, when the link shell gets big enough, you start getting massive turnouts for events. So Big Door talking about me coming and actually, like, telling me about it are two different steps, right? That's the only thing, right? It's like... you gotta make sure the person actually knows when to show up and that they talk to each other, right? And you tried. You made the effort. It was a little late, but it was better than none. And Midas wasn't there either, I noticed. So, you know, it's... yeah. It is what it is. It's no big deal. We found another thing to do. Get the white mage to 75. I was holding back on this because I was gonna grind it with Maple, but... Maple has been going hard. And doing his own thing on Cat's Eye now. I think he's live right now, so... It's like, okay, alright, I'm gonna grind out white mage on my own then.
You've been examined.
The part that I love, Zayden, about White Mage, and it's gonna sound kind of silly, right? But the re-raise 3 and raise 3... with those ones, you lose so little experience. Yeah, I like it so when things go wrong, the penalty is less. That's my favorite thing about White Mage. Because people make mistakes all the time. No, but I know that in a game like this, people will die. You better believe it. People will die. There is no escaping the deaths in Final Fantasy XI. It's just a matter of when. And where, I guess, right? It's true, though, Zelmon. So, Brianna, did you give in? Did you play 14 yet? Or is Square Enix still waiting for your credit card information? So, I heard this term recently in MMORPGs, and I really love it. It's called party triage, or you could call it even alliance triage, right? And a good healer, like a pro level healer,
Skill has increased.
will know what the most important type of heal is to cast and on who at any given time. And then like what the next thing should be after that and the next thing after that. You should be able to identify like in a screenshot, like if I took a screenshot of Reliance in a certain event, right? From a healer's perspective. A healer should be able to look at the user interface and know the next 3 things they're about to do. That would be like a good goal, I think, to have. For like endgame alliance triage stuff. Because if you're like constantly reacting to every decision that you make, you're not going to be fast enough to solve the problems that happen. Well, it doesn't happen all at once, Elmon. I'd say usually you start to get cozy with it around level 40. By the time you start to have Cure 3 and Cure 4, and your options, things get a lot better. Cure 3 in particular is huge. Because Cure 3 is like your bread and butter cure that you use almost all the time. Between Cure 3 and your regen line, that's 90% of the curing your party's ever gonna need. Like, Cure 5 is a panic cure that for like a tank who took tons of damage or somebody's about to die. And Cure 4 should never be cast by a white mage. Not unless you have no other option. A red mage is a totally separate story, that's their best cure. And same thing with scholars. But a white mage should never resort to a Cure 4. It has way more hate than a Cure 5 or Cure 3. They are all lining up. Conserve MP is pretty good. That's a smart choice too. If you can't get much of cure potencies capped and stuff, yeah, Conserve MP's a good choice on the slot. It's like get your fast cast and your cure potency capped. Those are the priorities in a good healing set first. But once you've gotten this as high as you can, whatever slots you have available, Conserve MP would be a good choice.
Your skill has increased.
So I think what we're gonna do, chat, is we're gonna beat these up until we hit 74. And then I think I'm gonna go back to Romeve to try again. To push 75 there. That's a shame, Zelmond. See, here's the thing, right? I understand that people have expectations and hopes, and it's true that's a royal, well, maybe that's a royal one, but the normal quality version of it and is because of the refresh, right? And it's like if you had the code with refresh, it's gonna make your healing way better. And so they're not wrong. The fact they wouldn't even give it a chance to see how it went is discouraging for sure. Like, I got through up to 75 without all the best in slot healing gear, and I was just fine. Now, granted, I have a lot of training and reactions and everything trained over the years. But they didn't know that when they invited me. Now, a lot of people had no idea who I was on Horizon. Lala, thank you for gifting a sub to Takeover. You didn't have to do that. Takeover, it's gonna get you my emotes now again. I know you love the cheer and the wave. I don't know about the other emotes of mine you like, but I remember you used to use those all the time. I'm just gonna say this just for Takeover this one time. Takeover, who ordered all the anime teddies? Takeover knows what I mean, and so does Lala. Little inside joke there, chat. You have to go to Lala's stream to get that one. So Lala Fulala, well, my one moderator, has a redeem that Takeover loves a lot. So Zelmon, the thing that makes me so surprised, right, is Red Mage has converted those levels. So it's really not that big of a deal. But Red Mage still has convert, they're gonna heal just fine. And if you had any type of bard there to help with your MP too, and you had refresh, it's just kind of petty. You gotta give the Red Mage a chance. Oh, you're missing one piece of expensive gear? Oh, boo-hoo. Let's see how they do first. Once in half hour in the party, if things are going terrible, then it'd be okay, maybe this isn't working out, I'm sorry. But yeah, I always try to give somebody a chance. Oh, we have a hype train. That's strange. I wonder who did a redeem or a claimer. Yeah, it did a hype train. Well, Zayden did 500, Zayden did 500 bits earlier, but I don't think it would have linked with that. Interesting. Well, we don't get a lot of donations on the channel sometimes, so maybe even one sub could do it. Some months are a little more than others, but maybe it's been so low this month that just one sub tripped it. That's so cool, whatever. Hype train, let's go! Well, didn't mean to give more subs, but I still appreciate. Wait, 6? Is there a button for 6 now? Okay, well now we're at a level 3 hype train, everybody. Alright, so who else got subs? Well, first let me start this battle. Uh-oh. Oh, I made a bunch of friends. Oh, no. This is gonna be bad, chat. I'm probably gonna die here. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I can save myself. Okay, good. So we grab one of them. Okay, they're not all off of me now. Now it's time to start smacking them down. Alright, okay. Alright, let's see who got the subs. Zelmon got one, nice. Sick Nasty got one? Cool. Tunu got one. Tunu? Tunu? There's no way Tunu watches my channel. How did Tunu get a sub? I appreciate it. There's no way that Tunu watches my channel. You know what? Tunu probably raided in from a Heart Socket raid one day, and then just like left 2 seconds later. That was nice of them. Where'd they go, by the way? Oh, they're over there. They didn't have to do that. I'm glad they did. And that was you, by the way, TJK. Thank you. Ah, double VIP. We already gave you moderator, Lala. But I'm glad that you earned it legitimately now. So chat, if you're all curious, right? I told Lala if you could get double VIP, I'd make you a mod. But then Lala's already pretty awesome and like a good friend that I trust like a lot. So it was just like, I'm just gonna make Lala a mod because I want to. And I made your Semi a mod too because the same reasons. Just like Serafina, you know. Like these are streamers that stream, you know. And are people I talk to frequently. Well, for as frequently as I do. They probably think I barely talk to them. I don't talk to people a lot. I remember I even shared with Serafina my Discord report. And it was like the person you send the most PMs to at Serafina was #1. I'm like, if this gives you any idea how many people I talk to on Discord. So now we got Etrom on triple VIP, Lala on double VIP. I feel like Yashka also hit the double VIP, but I could be wrong. Oh geez, Zayden just gave out 5. Zayden! You didn't have to do that. Okay, guys, I didn't point this out earlier, and I have been gifted subs, and now I definitely want to point it out. Zayden's been my my secret hiding place because he plays Radiata Stories. And so when Zayden streams Radiata Stories, you probably are gonna find me hiding there. You're probably gonna find me hiding out over there. Because he's been playing Radiata Stories and I'm loving it. Is he doing the main story? No. He wanders around and finds optional characters and kicks everything he finds and is easily distracted. But I love it because it's not how I play a game and it's awesome to watch. It's really cool to see somebody who's like thorough like me, but in a totally different way, play a game I love. Okay, so Etrom got one. Ooh, Etrom's gonna be happy. Christifa, Blessing, and Zerwe. Zerwe got one, cool. Okay, because Zerwe's been in chat today. Oh, Blessing. You've been blessed with a sub. For those that don't know, Blessing is a gooner. That's the meme on Horizon. Blessing's actually a really good player, and you guys have seen Blessing help me with stuff. But he had, some job changes and some personal stuff come up and stuff. He had to take care of his family. Be a good father and stuff. And so he doesn't play 11 as much as he used to or stream as much anymore. But outside of his trolling and stuff, I've always, and even then, who am I kidding? I've enjoyed his trolling too. But yeah, I don't know. Blessing's sense of humor always resonated with me. Usually, he had just the right amount of troll for it not to be toxic, just enough to be sassy and silly, Except for the whole lingerie thing, that was always a little weird. But what can you do? Nobody's perfect. Oh, Christifa's your friend? Oh, that's cool. I've seen Christifa in chat 2 or 3 times, I think. Oh, we hit 74, by the way. I'm gonna beat this one up, and then I think we're ready to roll me. Because we'll have stronger trusts, too. Thank you for the follow. And TJ Cleans, TJ Cleans and Zomon, thank you for the follow, you guys. If I was being slow during all the chaos there. I appreciate the follows, guys. I appreciate the gifted subs. I appreciate the bits. Alright. To the south. I'm like, which direction is it again? I'm having a dirt moment. If we avoid the steel shells. Oh, there's Plush. There we go. Let's give Plush a bow real quick. They Crystal Warrior? Alright, well. Alright, there we go. We gave a formal bow. For helping save my life. Because there's a good chance that was gonna kill me. And they ran in real quick and claimed one of them away. And made it much more manageable. I trained success level 4. Choo choo. Thank you guys. I hope you guys enjoy your emotes. And people with the subs and the emote. We don't run a lot of commercials yet. I forgot to run them the 2-minute commercial before I started to. Shows how on top of the game I am. Like, yeah, at the beginning of the stream, I was trying to make sure there wouldn't be any, like, entry ads. So, Brianna, there's this, one reporter that I admired a ton. She's kind of, like, retired now and just does, like, part-time stuff. But, like, Kate Snow, right? And, like, she did a Sunday show. And I just used to look forward to it. Every single week, right? When she would report the nightly news. And she would do it on Sunday, and I would just be so hyped. Like, oh, Kate Snow's gonna report it. I gotta watch because she's gonna do the news report. And she'd always have this positive part at the end, Where it's like, even no matter how bad the day was, they would find like a happy story too that was like wholesome and good and showed the better side of humanity. And oh my gosh, I love that. So then when she stepped down, I was so sad. But anyway, long story short, I liked like everything she would post on Facebook for like a year. And I got like a top fan badge for Kate Snow. And I was like, oh, maybe I need to cool down a little bit. So, sometimes it's a point of pride, you know? So like Final Fantasy XIV or a video game, that's a little less creepy because it's like a product. But when it's a person, it just feels weird to me. So I just like, yeah, I had to back off of that right away. Like, oh, that feels icky. Then yeah, I mean, she's a public figure, I guess. But like, I really loved watching her newscast. And it always felt like a different kind of news. Whereas like, yeah, you're still getting the news, right? But like, there was always that focus on still showing the good in humanity. And that meant so much to me.
Your skill has increased.
We had to make sure we didn't get magic aggro, that's why we ran back up a bit. I don't want to make any extra friends. Wait, do I still have my trust from before? The date persists? Am I go crazy? Chat, I don't remember resummoning my trust. Oh, I guess I did. Yeah, because there's the cooldowns. Okay, never mind. Sometimes I get too busy talking and I forget doing some of the more boring stuff. Yeah, Zelmon, you know? Like, on my Discord, like, for a while there, I was finding there's this one short channel. This one musician was, like, sharing these super hopeful stories behind... I mean, they were probably just trying to advertise their music. Because their music was playing behind it. But either way, I didn't even care, because their music was pretty good anyway. But the hopeful stories and clips and everything they shared was awesome.
Your skill has increased.
Who knows, Brianna, maybe at some point you might get a top fan badge on my page. I don't know if YouTube does that or not, though. Actually, hold on. Let me check something, because I'm pretty sure you're top chatter. Yeah, you're top chatter. You've been top chatter for the past... Six streams? Yeah, you've been top chatter on YouTube for the past 6 streams, Brianna. Yahoo Yahoo Alpha. Well, I really like having an O Club on this server, that helps. Okay, stuff here's dying a lot quicker. We'll be able to ride this to 75 now. Oh geez, as I say that, now he becomes impossible to hit. Can I hit you with a silence, good sir? Are you silenceable? Thank you for the hydrate, Seraphina. To chat, I just want to say that was 12 gifted subs, 500 bits, and 2 follows today. That is a massive amount of support, and I really appreciate you guys. You don't ever, like, Maple says this too, and this is a good way to say it. You don't ever have to donate anything to watch, or to hang out with me or anything like that. Like, we're all in different financial situations and have different responsibilities and duties and stuff. I just really appreciate when you guys show up and just talk and everything. Or even when you just lurk, But when you can do financial support stuff, I appreciate it too. And I wish I should be better about saying it, but it does mean a lot to me. Aww. You're not the first person to tell me that, Sick Nasty. I'm really glad that a lot of parents can... That's why I try not to curse or swear or use any naughty words and stuff, too. Because you're not the first person to tell me that you watch with your kids. Honestly, it's also kind of like been a personal goal just to be a more classy lady. But at the same time, especially because of that. Because my kids were watching too for a while. I mean, well, okay, maybe for like the first 6 months. They would try to watch and show support for like an hour, and then they go play video games. But, because of that also definitely motivated me to not, not be inappropriate or bad. Not to be naughty or say any of the bad words or do any of the bad stuff. Just to be good and helpful and heal and, all that good stuff.
Your skill has increased.
I still get a little sassy sometimes, though. There is a little sass and all that. I'm waiting for that other infernal weapon to come and want to be friends with us. He keeps getting closer. And so if we're in the healing range, I gotta back up a little and not get aggro. But let's see, how close is he? 19 yams. Yeah, if I cast the spell while he's standing there right now, we'll aggro him. Watch, I'll just do it just to prove it. Oh. Okay, apparently my proving it did not work. Let's try this again. Got a little closer. Strange. Maybe the walls are working. He should be magic aggroing me. How close should I gotta get? Alright, we're 12 yams now. 11.9.
Your skill has increased.
What the heck? Yahoo, yahoo, James. Leave him alone. He's just chilling. I will let him go. He's not aggroing me, so it's a sign. We're gonna take this other one instead. Yeah, see, that one aggroed me right away. Okay, so that stairs works as a barrier. It's an efficient enough barrier to prevent magic aggro.
Your skill has increased.
I'm gonna have a list of gear to hunt after this hits 75. The Revering Mail, the O-Hat. The list is long. Earlier, Shop posted 14 shares. Was it a Final Fantasy 14 post of 14 shares or a Final Fantasy 11 post of 14 shares? Because if it was a Final Fantasy 11 post of 14 shares, that would just seem wrong. But I mean, obviously it would just be the odds and weirdness, but it would seem a little wrong. Yeah, fair. Your algorithm has been heavy on the Final Fantasy XIV side of the Force. Alright, Takeover. So here's how we're gonna have to address doing the, I think I know what we're gonna do. I think this is what we're gonna do tomorrow. Let me pull up my Discord just so I can say the name of the game properly. Monsters and Memories. I am going to go and look into Monsters and Memories, right? Because I've been wanting to play it anyway, and the open betas this weekend.
Your skill has increased.
It's a MMORPG that's fan-made. It's inspired by EverQuest, one of the very first MMORPGs that ever came out. So it's very old school style. But the open beta is this weekend. I am going to stream that tomorrow night after I do the Sky events and everything on Horizon with Tilly's Link Show. Well, they're also, I think, doing an HE&M too, so I'll probably be helping with that. So if I'm not live early in the afternoon, keep an eye on Tilly's stream, Tilly Perez, because there's a chance I'll be there on my White Mage. Or Red Mage or Summoner, or who knows, he might even need my Bard. But either way, I'm probably gonna be on Tilly's stream tomorrow. But then after that's all said and done, and I get to eat and make sure my kids are all fed and everything, I'll be going live after dinner, and then I'll probably be playing that game. I was gonna do Grandia 2, but Grandia 2 I can play any day. This open beta test is just this weekend, so I think I'm gonna give it a try.
Your skill has increased.
I was gonna say, I was like, I don't think that leads very far. I should just drop down. We're beating up stuff pretty fast, though. Okay, that respawned. We're down to about 32,000 EXP TNO. That's like 30 some pulls, depending on how much each one gives. I should be hitting all these with Banish as well. Getting that Divine skill level up. So repose at it too, sure. Repose will give me a skill up, right? If it sticks anyway. Oh, there we go. 300 seconds, no way. No way repose unresisted lasts 300 seconds. I'll have to test that at some point, chat. Okay, take over. He got off the stairs, so it's his time now. Something like that. I would answer and I'd be like, Ohayo gozaimasu, Yoshi P. And then, if it wasn't Yoshi P, I'd feel really silly. God, those horrible holies. I shouldn't be wasting my MP. Here's what it is. There we go. Like, come on, dude, close it. Alright, is there one over here? Yes. You know what the best part about this camp is, chat? I'll give you a guess. It's kind of funny to me how it works too. It's a fun little game with streaming. Yahoo yahoo Sparsuvar! Are you all cozy with the blankie today? It's a little cold, isn't it? At least where I'm at, it's a little chilly. Yesterday was nice and spring, and then today was like, nah, we still got some winter. Are you going through the Final Fantasy XIV Addiction update? Get your triple triad deck ready and gold saucer. Well, happy birthday, Sparsivar! I would sing you happy birthday, but then I have to pay rights to the happy birthday guy. So I'm just gonna say happy birthday, Sparsivar! Hope you have a good birthday. Almost hit 75 weight mage on this character, which I was stolen on for a little bit. I was gonna kind of try to knock it out with Maple, but Maple has a bit more gaming time than I do, so Maple got 75 already on his monk. So it's like, all right, let me finish punching out my white mage. I was just playing blue mage on the side. Just kind of like trying to give Maple time to do whatever type of weird stuff you want to get into, and then be like, hey, just let me know. And now it's like, okay. Oh no, not the chain emails, Brianna. Oh, that brings me back a couple decades. I would be very spooked, especially if it was from a friend I knew wasn't a gamer. I'd be like, did you get hacked? If you don't play video games, then if it was a gamer, I'd be like, wait, since when did you play Final Fantasy XIV? And I only say that because of all the people I know in the real world, the only people I know that played 14... Like, well, I guess if you want to count streamer friends, there's Seraphina and all of Seraphina's group, right? But then my brother's wife, I'm trying to think of anybody else I've played with in 14. Oh, my friend. My friend who bought me the copy. He got a deluxe copy that came with 2 keys, and he gave me one of his keys. This is back in 1.0. Serafina used to play 14, yeah. I did endgame with Serafina. We did Savage raids together. Or we tried. It was a valiant effort. I'm sure I was on the list of reasons for failure though, because I'm a little more of a healer-focused healer. And 14 tends to reward a more DPS-focused healer. What's some of the examples, Brianna? Like Eorzea Clock, Vanadiel Noon. I think if Serafina quit, I might have to transfer my character back to an American server. But then again, that might not even be possible. It might be trapped on the European Spriggan server now. It's not like I plan to play 14 a ton. But it's like the few times I do want to play 14, it'd be nice to have a slightly better ping. That was a sacrifice we all made because we had a global team, right? And so the European server seemed like the happiest medium, where nobody had to suffer with like a super ridiculous ping. We all split the suffering. Oh, I know, Serafina, but like, it's different than it being like an official stance, you know? Like, you've deleted the game. You have no intention of playing for a long time. That's a little different than, you know, us not playing for a year, then maybe giving it a spin again. Like, did you know Project Zomboid is still installed on my computer? Yahoo, Yahoo, Drusemi! How was the rest of you guys' stream? I heard you guys got into Limbus.
FPS 0? Okay.
I think it's funny, Brianna, but I still think that you're still in doubt. If I'm being honest, I don't think you're convinced yet. I think you're still trying to figure out if you're actually gonna do it or not. But I think the alarm will help motivate you to give it a stab. Yahoo, Yahoo, Kaishun! Alright, that one went down. Shout everybody on my channel if you don't know your shimmy. She's probably the top streamer on Cat's Eye, I'd say. She is a white mage. Her character name is Coffee and Cures in the chat if you want to click her name to follow her. Her character name on Cat's Eye is Dersemi. That's a little easier to say than Coffee and Cure, so that's why I usually say that. And she's got very cozy vibes. She's very open and has a cute laugh. So if you haven't checked her out, definitely check her out. It's a very similar vibe to me for sure. And then for Dersemi streamers, if you haven't seen me in her chat, well, today I was a little white in her chat today because for reasons. But usually I'm in her chat being silly sometimes too. Then again, there has been occasional times where I've had a rant about AI once or twice. That I didn't start it. Other people were talking about it, and I just threw in my 2 cents. But you know, it's nice times there. Cool people, lots of people talking about different stuff and being, you know, cozy and honest, and nobody's being really toxic or anything. It's just kind of just people pondering about the world and having a nice time. So definitely a vibe I'm all about. Same reason I like Seraphina's stream and stuff too, you know? And a lot of the streams that you'll see me hop into. Not to say that I dislike loud streams. Like, let's be real. I watch Weenie Moo Meanie and Katie Bedford, and sometimes the live streams are fun too for a different reason. Even if they're not me, I can still enjoy watching them, you know? Ooh, that one wanted to give me a big hug. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kaishiran and Pumpkin Seed Charters. And I hope some of my viewers followed Dersemi as well. I know over time we've had a couple, but you know. So, for those that don't know me though, I'm Sakura. I'm a variety streamer who plays a lot of Final Fantasy XI. I play on a bunch of different servers. Right now, the screen you see is Cat's Eye. On the other screen here, I have my Horizon character. I have like 5 different server retail characters. My main or my retail is on Siren. Her name is Shuko. I've been playing since the PC release in America. And, yeah, it's definitely always been a part of my life in some way or another. Even when I took a break from it, I was still listening to the game music all the time. Oh, thank you for the follow, Betchini. I think I said that right? Betchini? Betchini. Or Betchini? I'm sorry if I got it wrong, but the Y throws me off is the best way to pronounce that, so I think it's Betchini. Okay. Awesome. Well, yahoo everybody. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. The side game I've been playing, for those that are curious, because I don't always play 11, has been Grandia 2. But tomorrow I'm probably going to be trying this other game. That's called, it's on open beta, called Monsters and Memories. It is inspired by the original EverQuest. And EverQuest inspired Final Fantasy XI, right? And yeah, for a long time viewers of the channel, I've streamed EverQuest before too. And so I'm kind of curious about the game. It's fan-made. It's inspired by EverQuest. I'm just kind of like, is it me good? And so then, the one streamer on my chat right now that's always been teasing me to be evil or do my emote for dark energy. And he's like, but you don't do it. So it's like, I think we're gonna save the dark energy. For that, I'm gonna probably play an evil character for this. Just because especially since it's temporary, it'll be fun. I get to, you know, play, I don't know, maybe have like a dark elf or an ogre or something. I haven't played an ogre in EverQuest. I played an ogre Shadow Knight. like a troll. Don't get me wrong, I love cute things. But once in a while, you can be something ugly and menacing. I think I kept saying, what was it? It was like, I think I named him like Slump or something. It was like, Slump, stomp. Slump, stomp your face. This one's a bit stronger. What level are you? Ah, okay. Just flat level 80. Shouldn't be that sturdy. Yeah, very sturdy. So chat, after I hit 75 on White Mage, I think I might go back to a little bit of Blue Magic spell learning to polish off the rest of the stream. Because we still got 22,000 experience points to get. I don't know how much more time we'll have by the time I finish that. Like, you figure we'll definitely have a window for a Blue Mage spell or two, right? Like, I could still do the level 50 Ice Break, right? Or self-destruct. Learning self-destruct from bombs, you only get one shot at it, right? Well, on this server, it's weird because when the cluster self-destructed, they did not die. And that's something I've noticed about private servers in general. Self-destruct enemies don't die. Then again, that happens in Dynamis and Retail too. Dynamis Divergent self-destruct does not kill the enemy. But that's usually only in Dynamis Divergence. Unless, I don't know, Takeover, are you still in chat? Because have you ever seen that happen where something uses Mijin Gakure or something and is still alive? Or self-destruct is still perfectly alive? Because I've only ever seen that happen in Dynamis Divergence. Is that what the link is, Kai Sharon? So it's Mijin Gakure. When they use it, it just doesn't eliminate them. So when we were learning refueling on this Cat's Eye server's Blue Mage, the clusters were using self-destruct. Several did. And they were always still alive. And I was like, wait, why are they still alive? Okay, fine, we'll keep trying for refueling. And I mean, it wasn't the end of the world. Like, I didn't mind it because I got more shots of the trying to wait for them to use refueling. But I was confused that they were still alive after the self-destructs for sure.
Your skill has increased.
Ah, so it's been modified on Cat's Eye to not take you out? Okay. I know Horizon took it out as well, but they changed it over to the other 2-hour. The SP2 that usually you would get at level 91. And so it just gives you 4 shadows instantly, and then raises your attack rate to like, you get double attack like 40% until you lose those shadows. Like, it'll be like 40%, then 30. Like it's like a 10% of double attack, and for each shatter that you have, until your 2-hour wears out. Mitsugagi? I don't know, I can't remember the name of it. I'm so bad on ninja's ability names. Oh, let me look it up. Mikage. So the reason that we're fighting over here to the 75, just for funsies, for I make an extra friend, okay, no, is because it's almost impossible to stream snipe me from here. And stream snipers are great. Literally, a stream sniper saved my life earlier in stream. I don't know if they were a stream sniper or not. They could have just been there playing. But the point was, somebody I was sharing the area with saved my life. But at the same time, right here, if I go down, nobody's gonna be able to... Not nobody. Barely any players on the server have access to where I'm standing right now. Maybe like 100 players, I bet. Maybe even less than 100. Some people won't even know this exists. I know Caddy P knows. Caddy P, as soon as I was in this area last time, Caddy P was like, Moon! But not everybody knows Moon.
Your skill has increased.
Good night, Trasemi. I hope you got some good drops. Maybe one of the trade-in pieces that you can trade to get one of the Limbus top gears. We're gonna be finishing White Mage 75 tonight at least. Maybe a Blue Mage spell or two after. Let's take a look. Which ones have we finished? Lightyear. Dark Crystal. Shadow Geode is done. Okay. I gotta dump some stuff in a box. Any stacks? Stuff? Oh my. Winder's quest item. Okay, we freed up a few slots. It'll buy us a tiny bit of time. Aw, thank you for the follow, Mr. Kevin X. So chat, I think here's what I'm going to do. Speak of the devil. This is the person I wanted to talk to. Yahoo yahoo Maple, how was the rest of your stream? Aw, yahoo yahoo Mama Maple. Yahoo
Like
yahoo
if his toenails are like that icky, cut off the whole fucking toe.
Maple has.
Like if his
The
toenails
effect
are
of,
like that icky,
Aw, I did the
cut
same
off the
one.
whole fucking toe.
Boo. Maple has some good clips. Ooh, clip player, you should have played a second Maple clip. There's lots of good ones you could have pulled. Like the one I made. Not Boo Maple. Boo clip player. Never Boo Maple. So Maple, what'd you get done? At this point, I suspect you're done Chains of Promathia. You're done Zillert. You have 275s. All your sub jobs done. And you're crack-locking into Rastardy's Mana DL and maybe some of the Chains of Promathia, Treasures of Otagar missions. Was I at least close? Okay. I should hear a dancer sub. That's still pretty good. So, Maple, here's what I was gonna suggest, right? This was gonna be my suggestion. So, Limbish is also on this server as well. And I think, especially because with new players and stuff, and tactics and all that kind of stuff, I think it would be smarter to explore it on this server first. Even if we just brought in like 1 or 2 trusts and kept the trust use very limited, to try to simulate more of a realistic situation on Horizon. And I think that would give sufficient practice time and safety for learning Limbus really good with less consequence. Especially the guild part. Then again, I don't know, 50,000 gills, nothing really in the grand scheme of things. But it hurts more on Horizon than it does Cat's Eye, that's for sure. Ah, so close to finishing. Energy Night Cast, I almost had it. The gear doesn't have to be perfect or anything, Maple, you know? As long as it's like just respectable 75 gear, we should be fine. Like, didn't you get the tier 4 Sporai already? Is that what you get? Did you decide what your prize was gonna be? So yeah, I know, don't get me wrong, a tier 4 relic isn't gonna make you god tier all by itself, but that's a pretty good start. On the same note, Maple, I also understand if you wanted to check out, like, treasures content. Like, whatever it is, you know? We can more safely explore stuff here than as a duo on Horizon. There's a lot we could do together as a duo, you know. We've ripped. We could probably beat a UFO and sea, you know what I mean? Like, we can handle a lot. We're pretty sturdy together. But I think that the dabbling and the high-risk experimentations, I think we'll be able to knock them out here pretty good. I hear you, Serafina. Let me grab my new drink because I already murdered that drink. Let me grab another bottle here. There we go. I won't believe it till I see the screenshot though, Brianna. Screenshots or it didn't happen. And hopefully your character, well, it depends. You might have a boy character, I don't know. But, or who knows, maybe you want a boy character wearing a pretty dress. But I was gonna say, hopefully it's that she has a really pretty dress too in the screenshot. That's just a personal preference of mine though. I don't judge whether, it's me, Joshua, and Legend of Heroes, or, and Sweet Coden when, our one Dragon Knight dressed up like his sister to trick the soldiers. The chat really likes his AoE stun. Ruler Rage is his favorite. Yeah, I think you're right, Brianna, for sure, because that way you don't have to wait on the login queue forever. If I'm being 100% honest, I'd probably move the character over to whatever server Lala's on. Because she's my friend, and, yeah, I think she's on Goblin, though, if I'm honest. I don't know if she's changed it or not, but I'm pretty sure she's on Goblin. I don't even know if she's still in chat at the moment, but yeah.
Your skill has increased.
Are you on Denny, Miss Sarah? I mostly would just do it to do the 2 raids and just to mess around from time to time, and I love the pretty clothes. Pretty clothes hunt is always fun. But, like, I've never taken it too seriously. So I always tell people not to, like, ever expect like me to grind it as hard as I do in 11. One of the questions that came up with Fujito-san on the Twitch stream that 11 did was whether or not there's gonna be cross-server auction houses and stuff like that. And, I mean, obviously, like, we got a no as an answer, but it was a much more nuanced no. Where, like, he was explaining, like, that the servers are literally, like, PlayStation 2 era computers that are completely separate from each other. And that there's like no hardware or like even software written for them to cross communicate with each other. Like nothing. And it's like, so how would you transfer characters? I don't know how they transfer characters then, right? Like, does somebody go in with like a USB key and just like they upload the character? Like a GM walks in and like plugs it in, grabs the character, and then goes over to another server? Like, I don't know. But like that's how I understood his answer. And I'm like, but then how do you do character transfers? And there's a reason they charge money for that, because I bet you it actually does take human labor. Now, I don't know about 14. I'm sure there's probably like a remote thing. Oh my gosh, Robot Ryan, that would be crazy if they did. Oh my gosh. They load up your character to old PlayStation 2 memory card. Oh, that would be crazy. Zayden, if I'm being honest, I think you're right, because the dev kits, I'm pretty sure the PlayStation 2 dev kit does have 4 USB 2.0 slots on it. I know the main PlayStation 2 never got those, but the dev kits always had a couple extra, bells and whistles. Good night, Mama Meeple. I hope you have a wonderful sleep.
Your skill has increased.
We're kissing everybody tonight. Yahoo Yahoo Zero. I guess so. Well, I did say I would learn some blue magic after we hit 75 white meat, so that's probably what we're gonna do. There's 3 spells on the option list, right? Self-destruct, ice break. I don't know why I can't remember the other one. Right, full roaring. We're pretty much at the end of it now, Zero. We're about to hit 75 White Mage, and then I'm going out to learn Blue Magic after this. I appreciate the offer. Plus, I'm pretty sure I'd have to let you into here. I don't know if you have access to this area, but I'm not too far from the door. Then again, I don't know, Zero. Do you have the key to the moon gate? Oh yeah, I guess you could just clip her through it too. But that'd be cheating. And Romeve, can you get past the door of the moon gate pass? Like, I'm behind the moon gate. There's the moon gate, one. There's the other moon gate. And there's me. I'm behind the moon gate. Unless I checked, it's not a full moon. Hello, moon. Clock, where are you? It is. Hey, we need to get back. Yep. So a good rule of thumb, right, is when you come here to get your Divine Might entry item, since you gotta be here on the full moon anyway, you may as well come run through these areas and get your moon gate key too. Because the doors are open they're supposed to be open. I had to do a GM ticket for that, but that's a whole separate conversation. They fixed it now. But that full moon didn't trigger on Cat's Eye, and I did. That was the one GM ticket I did that was not my fault. And then the other GM ticket I made was later proved to be me being a dum-dum. So 1 point me, 1 point the GM's proving I was being a dum-dum. So I really like this area, Zero, because it's hard to get into. And sometimes when you're streaming and trying to get XP, you have a lot of people that want XP near you. And then that lowers the amount of XP that you can get, right? So I like to XP in very hard to get to areas. Or very little understood about areas. Like, that's another reason I like the Esha areas. Because not many players know the Esha areas very well. Or did they finally add Racing Jima over to the Cat's Eye yet? Can you access Racing Jima? I don't know if they've gotten Rastardies to go that far yet. Because I'm pretty sure you have to go into Adeline at that point. Yahoo, yahoo, robot bird. I wish you guys have no idea how close I was to playing Horizon today. I even got my bard in position, and I was like one click away from seeking. And I was just like, but I don't want to bard pool again today. I really didn't. It's not that I hate it. I just wasn't feeling it today. And I was just like, what do I want to do then? And so then eventually I was just like, well, I do really want to finish White Mage. I was hoping to finish it with you, Maple. I thought we were going to knock it out together. And I was like, oh, Maple will get 70 Monk and then beat Matt. And then we'll knock out those last levels together. I don't know. I had this vision in my head. And it didn't quite play out that way. You flew through. You've been flying through Cat's Eye like a bird with big wings. And I'm like, it's a mix of pride and amazement. Alright, this kill, it might not give it to me. But if this kill doesn't give me the level up, the next one will. It definitely did, Maple. And that's awesome, because that means we can do stuff together on the server, too. I mean, we could have did low-level stuff, too. But it's like, now we could do pretty much anything. Ugh. Oh, whoa, was that it? Hold on. I think that was it. Let me check the log. I think I've finally seen it happen. Oh no, never mind. It was only a 6-wing. I got my hopes up. I thought the Octa Club went for the full 7. For me to see 8 with it dual wielded, it'll never do 8. But to see it do 7 would be amazing. It did 6 there, though. 6 wings. So the reason it can't do its full 8 when you're dual wielding it is the maximum number of hits that you can do in a round of attacking in Final Fantasy XI is 8. That's a weapon skill round or a regular attack round. So if the Octo Club procs 8 hits, but you still have your main hand on hitting once, right? Then you're still guaranteed to only do 7 swings on your Octa Club, even if you roll the 8. So if you ever need any tips on how to figure out how to get across the Escharuon quickly, I have a little trick to unlock all 15 zones that's a little less painful. It's annoying in some ways, but it's less annoying than the hide-and-go-seek game. Ding! Level 75! Alright, let's kill this last one just to give myself a little bit of a death buffer. With Re-Raise 3, I should only lose 300 experience points anytime I die. So, if I give myself 2k buffer from this. Thank you, Kai Sharon. Just gonna cap my melee out. My club is capped. Staff is already capped from Scholar. Okay. Shazam Enfeeblement could probably use a couple points. T23. Still not enough to cap it though. I think it's T24. White Mage's Enfeeblement's not nearly as high as Red Mage.
Your skill has increased.
No? 225 maybe? Okay, good. Alright, there we go. Enfeeblement capped. Like, for me? Alright. It gives us, 24 for you. Yeah, that's plenty of buffer for now. I could start to build that when I'm doing other stuff. Alright, so Rise. Alright, so one Horizon unique change, chat. This is not how it is on... I'm sorry, not Horizon. One Cat's Eye unique change. This is not on Horizon. This is not on Rekill. This is a Cat's Eye unique thing. The spell Arise, the level 99 White Mage spell Arise, has been lowered to level 75. It is a 75 White Mage spell. What does Arise do? Because you guys already know what Raise 3 does, right? Well, it's pretty simple. Arise does the same thing as Raise 3 with the 90% XP back, but it halves the time that you're weakened. So instead of 5 minutes of weakness, you're only weakened for 2.5 minutes. And then, for some reason, in Dynamis, I could have sworn I saw Jersemi use it on Midas, and Midas had no weakness. So I suspect they might have unique properties on Arise on Cat's Eye, maybe in special endgame content. Take care, Kai Sharon. Good luck with your domain invasion. I don't think there's any... So, Midas, Yahoo, by the way. I'm glad you're here because you can actually verify this. Arise doesn't usually eliminate weakness timer completely on retail. Is that what it does on Cat's Eye, or is that a specific endgame area? How, like, what's the difference there? Does it just completely have no weakness? Because at least, as I understand the Arise spell on retail, it cuts the weakness timer in half. Yeah, I noticed that too, Midas. Trust me, I noticed that. So, in retail, there's only one spell in the entire game that does that. And that's Re-Raise 5. Which is off of this one piece of gear that comes off of the lottery. The Bonanza lottery. And one of my retail characters has it. The one on Shiva, it's the Shiva server. I kind of split the lottery weapons when they gave out the lottery coupons that one year. So that I could try a bunch of the different weapons out. And Re-Raise 5, you'll get up and you have no weakness timer. That's not usually how Arise works. I'll have to do some testing with it, I guess, on the server. Because if there's not a weakness timer, how much MP does it cost? Still 150 like the other raise spells? Oh my god. That's so if there's no timer at all, the content you could win is absolutely ridiculous. Your tank goes down and you get them up and they have no weakness whatsoever. It's fine, everything's fine. The tank just gets hit again, like, there's no danger. I've seen, like, tanks have to survive weakened for like 2.5 minutes. And I mean, we've done it, but it's so scary, you know? They're half HP. And unhasted, and a bless NP if they're a paladin. Well, I mean, Rune Fencer too, but Rune Fencers can use darkness runes, and then whenever you use Vivacious Pulse, you'll get MP back if your sword has any darkness in it at all. A little pro tip for Rune Fencers out there that are experimenting. So you never really need to run out of MP on Rune Fencer, but with Paladin it could be a little more of a danger. Alright, well, there is no Imperial gear on the server, so we're gonna drop those seals it gave us. And I still have 5 inventory in the slot. Okay. We did a couple of records at Eminence. It's a little bit more experience points, so now we have 4K on the White Liege. I would be able to eat a full death without having to, lose my level now. Even if my re-raise didn't save me. Let's swap to Blue Mage. I'll have to get the ninja sub backed up a bit. Yeah, that's fair. That could be a while. No offense to Carver. That just would be a lot of work. Because, I mean, you'd have to implement... I mean, let's keep up. You have to implement the entire Abyssia system. Or an alternative path for all 22 jobs to get their Empyrean sets. but she would also be an equally vast venture. Not impossible, but difficult. Oh, you know what? No, we're going to be sitting Glacier. I think Glacier is our best bet on this one. I mean, I guess there is a couple of there's a couple of giants or golems in Beiying. There's a couple of golems in Sanctuary Zeta. I think Glacier will be the best choice for this. Could be wrong. Would Sanctuary Zeta be better? They only liked a 1 or the 2. Starting to doubt my choice here. We're still here. Sanctuary Zeta has better music. You know what? We're doing Sanctuary Zeta. Just because of that. They were closer than I remembered. I thought I was gonna have to go walk over in the keeper. Lion, I might regret it. Don't make me regret it, okay, Lion? We're gonna keep Zed out because Zed would flatten this thing in like 5 seconds. It's arcane too, so Zed would especially flatten it. So the name of the spell we're trying to learn here, chat, is called Ice Break. I should have kept them alive. It was a little late. I noticed it and I'm like, let's go find another one. Here, golem. I know you guys like to stay near those giant crystals that pop out of the ground. wonder how expensive it would be to level up Bard on this server. It's pretty freaking expensive on Horizon. I was stunned. When I first signed up for it, I'm like, I knew it was gonna be a little expensive. Holy moly. But then again, it's such an important, it's so important that, like, I get it. It's just like, Especially with no other supports on the server, really. Like, no Corsair, no Geomancer. They did change Summoner a little bit to help, but it's still a little rough for sure. We're a little late there. Or a little early, rather.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Man, he really loves Crystal Weapon. That is definitely the Golem's favorite. Got rid of stop attacking him. Oh, now you're gonna use it. No, that was Thunderbreak. Never mind, not Icebreak. Yara hopes up False Alarm. False Alarm. Oh wait, do they not use it? I might have made a boo-boo. No, these guys can use it. Just because they're not listed. They're not listed on the page, right? On BG Wiki. And I suspect it's because this isn't an ice region. So maybe they might not use it because it's an ice region, but I doubt that. I don't think that the golems are regionally blocked. Then again, because it keeps using Crystal Break, that definitely makes me think that they might have a lower chance of using the ability. Then again, I don't know, it only used Crystal Break and Thunder Break, and then the Heavy Swing. I don't know, we'll see. We'll give it a little bit. And then worst case scenario, I might have to use Sitting Glacier, I guess. Disappointing. This is better music. Come on, show me another move. Oh, it's gonna be Crystal Break again, isn't it? She's having a real hard time hit. Oh, well, she might have had her shadows up. Oh, you're still having a pretty rough time hitting Lion. And just Thunder Break again. I think I'm just gonna take him out. No, nice. It must have been a Hejima video there, Brianna. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way, Serafina. To the glacier. It would be kind of weird. I mean, double ice weather. Yeah, that'll help. In my awareness, the golems are only at the bottom floor. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I should have taken Unity Warp. It would have been quicker. Oh well. We're already here. Unless, maybe there is golems up in like upper levels, but I'm pretty sure that the golems only spawn down by the water. What would you do if you found the fairy? I stand very corrected, apparently. Wait, let's use it first. Let's, yeah.
Your score has increased.
I feel I was gonna make you wanna be my friend. Oh wow, refueling lasts 4 minutes and change? 5-minute long haste? Let's go. Tune. Metallic body. I shouldn't make it that hard for him to hit me or you'll never get TP. We'll get TP from me hitting him.
Your score has increased.
Crystal weapon is not the right choice. We get some ice weapon, good sir? crystal shield was also not what I was hoping for, but... Hold on, I got a spell for that. Oh, you finally got through. Alright, alright. Underbreak. Ooh. Alright, let's see who cocooned first.
Your skill has increased.
Helped carrot. I get metallic body up 2 in time and sweep first swing first. Now it's a semi. There's the ice break, and did we get it? I don't think we got it, chat, but we killed him solo without trusts. Nah, ice break used, ice break not learned. Still very bound for... Holy moly, a minute. Okay, well, we're resting and getting MP apparently. There we go, we can add in the Horizon music for while we're waiting. Alright, chat, we've been at it for a minute. So I think we're gonna make one more serious go at it. Let's go find 1 or 2 more serious goes at it. Then we want to find somebody to raid, I think. But I want to learn a spell first. Hopefully. a tough one. I don't know any of the spells on Final Fantasy XIV's Blue Mage other than Aqua Break or Aqua Rake. That's like the first one you learn. And that is not on this server. I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Have been wrong when it comes to private servers, though. They do surprise me from time to time. But, Beastmaster's apparently coming soon to 14. It's gonna always be like, it's gonna be like Blue Mage where it's 10 levels below and stuff, but I still think it's gonna be pretty cool. Crystal weapon is not what we're looking for, good sir. Alright, we're gonna disengage. I'm gonna reclaim him. Can't deny. Now we get to play the waiting game. The Meth Legend ready. Just waiting, Buster. And crystal weapon. Use ice break. Fire would break ice. Kind of the opposite of an ice break there, Seraphina. But yes. Come on, Stone Golem, you know you wanna teach me the secrets of your monster techniques. My Aramon enhanced eye is watching you. Ooh, crystal weapon. I swear they use that like 50% of the time. Come on, buddy. Can't you see you're not even hurting him that much? Valornol's like regenerating past any of the stuff you're doing. These are a tiny bit lower than the Sanctuary Zeta ones. But they're having a tougher time they're hitting me, and they're having a tough time hitting Balernol. The other one was having a tough time, and Zeta, though, trying to hit Lion, but Lion's a thief, and thieves have, like, the highest evasion in the game. Heavy Strike is not Ice Break. Please use Ice Break, good sir. There's a lot of likes. Was it a Mr. Happy video? Nah, crystal weapon, boo. Hey. A random short? Oh wow, must be a really popular person or a really funny short. Then again, Mr. Happy comes to mind for me because he's friendly towards Final Fantasy XI. Come on, Valley. Let him hit you just a few times. He just needs a little bit more TP. You're sitting there super evasive in your heavy paladin armor and big shield and sword. He's struggling to hit you for some reason. I feel like I'm gonna kill him if he doesn't use it after this. And then try to fight another one. And then we'll probably have that be the last one. Crystal weapon again. Alright, let's go find another one. Here we go, there's one. Now, come on, good sir. Sir, please. Ice break. Yahoo Outlaw. I have Horizon and Cat's Eye loaded. This is in particular is Cat's Eye. Yeah, it's 75 White Mage, and now I'm learning some Blue Magic. There's the Ice Break. Teach me the ways. Well, and nothing. Bummer, bummer, bummer. You're getting ready to wrap up here, actually. Alright, well... We still have the Horizon character just chilling. Just did a little skilling up on Bard. Well, I hope everybody had a lot of fun. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff done. Definitely, there's always stuff now. In retail, they're adding a ton of stuff too. I'm never gonna run out of things to do in 11. It's always just a question of what, right? It's always a question of what. But alright, I've been examining Horizon apparently. I just want a little back out music for when we exit. So, let's see who we got. Oh, is this streamer still going? I don't think I've ever got to raid this. Well, maybe I raided this streamer once. But I think I know who we're gonna raid, everybody. He's been streaming a lot today. Not all at once, in various little chunks. But he's currently on Horizon, chatting up with chat, while his character follows around a Galka guard in Juno. Lahi? I see what you did there, Rihanna. So everybody, we're gonna raid DA Soccer. If you don't know who they are, they're a variety streamer who mostly focuses on Horizon. Very friendly person. So, very silly. And, positive energy for sure. And, the other options I was considering was Crab Dance, Cackle King, and Velner. But Velner we've rated kind of recently, even though he was probably up there in choice. Zero is just, I think, started a stream again, maybe? It looks like Zero's streaming too. And you guys know I love the Pickle King. Cackle King is awesome. But I haven't seen DA stream in a while. I especially have not seen DA stream when I can rate him. So that's what we're gonna do. But Oyasumi Nasai, everybody. Matane. Johnny. Adios. Take care. Hearts. Lots of love. And tomorrow there's a good chance we're gonna be trying that open beta MMORPG. I hope to see some of you guys there. I know it might not be for everybody because we love 11. But I still hope to see some people check it out. Take care, everybody.